Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected,
Fixerbot says.
I'm about to
Welcome.
go live.
Stream starts in 5 minutes.
Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow.
T minus 4 minutes.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean.
Stream about to start. 1 minute left.
Gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will
So I tested different. Yeah, now we got the right one. So this is a Proxmox server. Username. Okay. I think. No clue what the username is. Is it like an email address? I think we put an email address in there. So, can you hear it? Slightly. Slightly. Can you hear the server? Yeah, so it might just be root here. Yeah, I thought so. Why didn't it suggest root? That's why I was confused. So, we had some problems with this machine, but let's just try just starting everything and see if it works. And the thing that we have to do is to set up the use again. So we're going to start the Proxly, the Proxmox Kali, Proxly. And we need spice. And where might I have the files? So it wasn't that long ago I downloaded them, right? So I removed 125%, so everything is tiny again. I guess I'll have to like set sizes some other way, because my start menu, the icons were huge, and I could, if I made tiny icons, you can't see the date, and there seems to be no workaround for that, unless you want to like really mess with Windows. So let's see now. So we have to get back to the AD stuff, right? We were doing the AD stuff in TryHackMe. I have to get back and do it. But we need to be able to log into the machine. Though, I was thinking of also doing RDP. So let's at least get this set up. So... Spice client. It's called viewer, I think. Actually, viewer, I guess, because it's Spice viewer Windows. So Spice space. I applaud their naming. It's funny. Funny how it remembers I've been to this site, though it was on the last install, right, of the machine. So we just want the viewer. So maybe there were better places to click. Spice is simple protocol for independent computing environments. So just because I clicked this before, Doesn't mean it has the... Here's the vert viewer. Vert manager. That's very logical. So is it called vert manager, the vert viewer? So I remember it being a bit of a mess. I think this is the same page. Yeah. So if it's called manager, here, vert viewer. So here we have a Windows file. So there are still files and stuff I have not installed, so we have a few things here in the directory. Ah, right. I installed VSL too, but we didn't install Kali on it, so we'll do that later too. So I don't even have Minecraft. So my Proxley VM has crashed a few times, but most of the times were when we tested our Go port scanner on it. But it did crash before that. Oh, I haven't installed DaVinci either, so not doing that on stream. We installed graphic drivers on stream, that's bad enough. Yeah, I remember this one. The hardest thing with this was really that we couldn't see that it had installed. But now I know it was very funny. We do have a remote viewer here though. And he was like searching. This is not a lot of stuff in this. As you can see, I installed VSL here. We had a reboot. We did it actually on stream, but I had a reboot. When I booted up, it got installed it. I didn't even have time to screenshot or anything. So we want to find where the file is. Program files, vert viewer, bin. Okay. Also open that file location. So there it is. So we're going to have to associate the file type that we get from Proxmax with that. So when we click this, it will download a file called v.vv, and I guess we save the file, and we can probably just, so oh yeah, so it opened. It's already associated now. This is much easier than we had it last time. Anyway, what I want to do, I want it to be automatic. So settings. Applications. VB. So we need to set it to ask to be able to do it. And I think it instantly saves that. So when we do this next, it will ask, right? And then we can say open with and do this for this file type. So good, it should open and we should be done. We can set this back if we want to. Yeah, save files but ask where. Yeah, I'm good with that. Actually, let's make sure we have this in the notes. So the notes have not been opened lots of times, as you can see. I haven't even been open since I reinstalled. So we have D. Should rename it from new volume, right? Storage, data, what do we want? So I usually have like system and data. So that's the folder. No, we want public. That one. That one. And it will have to think for 2 seconds here. Yeah, I trust myself. And this is saved, the last one we did there. We usually have so many types there. Ah, well. That was quick. Much quicker than I thought it would be. Maybe I did open it before. So, first of all, this is too tiny. Come on. Yeah. So it's so not got my stuff here. Yeah, CTF. And that one I went up because I want to finish it, but this is too tiny. My shortcuts don't work. Let's just try once more first. No scroll wheel. Control plus. Nothing. Like control page up. Nothing. Plus. We go this. As we're supposed to. That's right. And that one works too. So why can't I just increase the size? So that's just here. Interface font. Quick font adjust. It was off. So what if I set this back to 18? This doesn't change this one, only this. I want to change this one too. That's odd. Yeah. We can change what's fonts, but that's not what I care about. Let's check the hotkeys. I guess I have to try selecting an interface font. What could it be using? Yeah, it's no size. Zoom level. This is what I wanted. So it's called zoom level. So now we know what we search for here. We search for zoom. Control, plus, and minus, which is what I tried. And that didn't work. Well. Control minus. Okay, control minus works, just control plus doesn't work. So it's probably double assigned or something. Yeah, this is life when you reinstalled. You have to find all the things again. Quite annoying, but toggle code. Control plus equals. Yeah. And here we have control plus. If we reset this one and then we set it to control plus. Oh. That's interesting. So if I click Control Enter, it goes Control Enter, and if I click Control Plus, Control Enter. Now it has Control Plus there. Okay, I didn't click anything, but Control. Okay, so let's try this in another program. Okay, so the images on the keys are wrong. So I guess I'll pop the keys off. And I have not done this on this keyboard because it's new. So I was a bit like curious about the placement, but apparently one key. They're the same size, so... Okay. Well, that explains why we got the wrong thing, you know? Because it actually was the wrong key. So if we do Control plus now with the actual plus key, and then I should be able to good. So what do we want? This, something like this, and now we can find so not Windows. Where did I put the Proxmox installation? Yeah, in lab, probably, right. My nose itches. So, Proxmox. And I'm sorry, I'm just testing stuff. I have a few odd things.
Fixit42 Live says test.
Fixit says test.
So both TTSs work, and obviously I'm streaming on YouTube, but the YouTube control panel thingy is not connected to any stream. Oh, so I click the refresh button, and then I can click this one. So I never really looked at that, that's why I didn't know how it worked. Never seen it before. But new computer equals, or well, it's not a new computer, but it's a new SSD. A new exploration. So, setting up spice in Proxmox. So we did this already. And then I have a link to the virtue download. Temporary enable ask. So I remember this, so we didn't have to do it. Console lower down, select spice. Select to open the file. Open it with, yeah. So it works. I just wanted to make sure that I had this in the notes. A bit easier in Linux, right? So this is good. What did it say, by the way? Oh. Oh. Right. My close the... Where is it? That one. Yeah, I thought it was there. So I'm thinking if I should do like articles or something more on those. But we can close these. And the machine is started and it's still running and it didn't close down. And we can log into it. So let's put it on the right screen. So let's Z. I'm waiting for the background. There. Good. So, how stable is this? Let's check out what files I have. I made a big history there. So we can really remove this one. Turn 83. So I know that it keeps this in memory. So if it keeps being not stable, we can try using a tinier history. So let's rm.c sh tab. There. So gone. Yeah. This is for the AWS Kelly. It's not, doesn't exist now. I'm going to make a guide taking screenshots. So there's nothing on there now. We could do that on stream. But let's do the 80 stuff. So let's actually cd VPN. And open. So 80 enumeration is what we did last in this history file, which doesn't say much. Let's check out. So most of these I've never even been to, but TryHackMe I have. And I used to have TryHackMe scheduled to pop up twice a day, right? So I guess we do that again, but not right now. So what is this? Over 400 challenges are ready for you to take on. Earn badges and level up. Okay, so what happens if we click here? Recommended for you. So is that a new one? Oh look, we still have cyber defense path on. It's supposed to have been removed. Yeah, But we're still in it. It's just slow. As of April 2nd, this path has been retired, no longer available. To continue your learning journey, we recommend joining the path below. Yeah, this is phone link. I'll have to uninstall phone link. And when I say I have to uninstall it, I mean now. Because I have to research the settings that I made last time for it not to automatically connect. And I don't want to do this now, so let's just remove it. No. So, meaning we don't uninstall, we disable. So nothing on my screen yet, but I don't want you to see. Yeah, that's okay. It opened another screen. Alright. I have 3 screens now in my OBS. It's confusing. So I'm just checking my notifications. Extinct Horror Wolf is back. After 12,500 years, with DNA from an old wolf tooth, the researchers recreated the animal. So that's not what I didn't want to show, but you know, your phone notifications, you can have messages and stuff. I don't want them appearing on screen ever, but I definitely don't want them to appear when I stream, right? So that's so many messages. Like, lots. Settings. Choose how to display notification banners. Hide all content. So off. Badges off. Theme. App behavior. Start phone link when I sign to Windows. No. I just want to open it when I need it. Good. And maybe we should check this out. So I don't want anything started. Oh my god. Edge. Maybe this is what keeps popping up. OneDrive, I want. ShareX, I don't want. Oh my god, why would I want Snap Camera? I just moved the directory. I didn't even install this. I just moved the directory to program files. And then I started it to see if it worked. Steam, security notifications. So just OneDrive and security. That's good for me. So let's see if it can be on now. But I don't really want it to connect to my phone automatically. But if it's not on, I guess it won't, right? So let's turn it off. Close the actual window first and let it quit. And obviously I had more stuff I don't want running. It's so seldom that I use. That was annoying. Did I actually start it? So this one is here now. Yeah, I just quit it and it started. And we don't want ShareX on. We probably need it later. We don't want Snap Camera on. Who would want these things to start? Right? Yeah, I don't want the camera software to start automatically either. And it is running because my camera is still on, you know? You can still see me. But I've never had it here before. So Sami is for stream, streamer bot, and speaker bot. And video settings, I guess we'll have to live with. Security I can have there. Bluetooth devices. Yeah, we can really actually add here. Never did that actually. So this doesn't show them. So this is what I have in my ear. 90% power. And I've disabled this one. I disabled all the things now. Because when I started my computer and I was going to stream, you know, and I started the TTS here. I couldn't hear anything when it wrote the start message, connected channel fixed. It didn't show. So I didn't hear anything. So I realized it had selected the monitors out again. And that's because we messed with audio last time. So yeah, anyway, I knew I wouldn't have time to do it before the second because I found out about it like 1.5 weeks before and then I got sick, so it was impossible. So we've already done this one. But we're still on this path. I'm annoyed that I couldn't do it in time because we'll never get that certificate then, I guess. Even if we do all the things. So I'm still curious, if we were to do them, would we still be, you know? But to be able to do the 81 smoothly, we need to move to the other path. I also got a tip. Let's start Discord. So they told me that I should like send a message in their Discord when I do it. So I'm curious which one I used. Yeah, I think I did it. It's Austin subscriber because I was thinking it was probably the least spammed. Gosh, so much text. I found it. So I plan to do this one, and I asked the first, is there any way you could extend it? And they said, no. Unfortunately, it's close on that date. Yeah, and I already had written down the names. And this is where they'd want me to send community media. So we can send the message here when we actually do stuff. So I kind of don't like there's no back button in Discord. And also I was trying to drag the wrong thing, right? So again, Subscriber? Yeah, I didn't have to scroll up. So this that we're still active in this one makes me think that maybe we can do something. Alright, the first one. Tutorial. So as we still have it up, maybe I'll do this one. This is lots of basic stuff. It starts with Wireshark. And this is our active path. Yeah, so we did Miter and Yara there, and this is, and we didn't finish this one, but here are the rooms. We're actually on lateral movement and pivoting. That's the one that I had planned to do. Now I want to do the other thing first. Kinda. Current. Cyber defense 33%. Yeah, let's finish it. A bit of a plan. We'll see how long it will take, right? So these are very simple Wireshark thingies. But I don't want to miss out on anything. So I was trying to keep a streak, that's why these are in odd order. You collect the ones that you didn't have a chance or anything. So my throat is a bit, so I think I'll go grab some tea. And then I'll be back. Let's actually do the Wireshark one first. Because this is not going to disappear, and this might. So I know these rooms are old, but you know, I worked with AD since it started existing. And I never had used Nessus before, so this is more learning for me. Wireshark, maybe not Wireshark, but let's finish it too, since it's like, you know, it shouldn't be too much, and we might learn something. Because filtering in Wireshark, it's, yeah. If we're supposed to just find some data, maybe it's not. Especially if it's like just guided, then it might not be very useful. But we can still do it quickly then. Yeah, I need some tea. I'm gonna go grab some tea. It's long since I used my pause. Maybe I'll use the pause button actually. Let's actually change the text. So this one should really be centered, right? No, that's not what I want. Oh well. So the transform should be centered. was sure that was wrong. Transform. Center horizontally. So. And then we'll see what we'll do. I'll just grab it.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unroll secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unroll secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll know the secrets of the lost.
T. So I'm not used to using the pause, I can't show you the T. Oh, I didn't put this sign on the door. Good. ARP traffic with Wireshark. So I'm trying to think what was the name of the path, right? So, cyber defense. So, have to send the link to, I guess, right? Twitch. And let's mute the tab. And hop to the channel. So, grab link, copy. Oh, video producer. Yeah, I should produce more. We can close that. Close that. I guess I can close more things. Oh, this is Blue Sky. Yeah, I'm not closing that. I was thinking I should have like stuff up. Right. Let's see, I copied the name, the link. So I am gonna paste it here. So let's actually update the title of the stream first. And that's never happened before. Just so many times. So you select the text and you drag over it and end up in the box here. So I selected the text, delete it, and you end up here. And then the text is dragged, which is quite buggy, but cyber defense at TryHackMe. Well, we could do cyber defense Wireshark. So that's what we're doing right now. So then let's send this message. So yeah, so I wanted it to grab the new title, but I was too quick, it seems. That was so quick. That was so quick. Yeah, I sent the message. How to say it. That was so quick. I mean, it's the same minutes. It was probably 1 second. It must have been in there. Oh, well.
Javisek says. Eyes emoji.
I'm like, enter, and you reply instantly. Are you an AI?
Fixerbot says.
New follower Javasec.
Thank you for following.
Less than 3.
So
Javisek says. I'm always around, rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
I noticed. That was so funny. Yeah, so it still looks like this for me. So I'm like, well, I'll just continue then. Because I was going to do, as you could see there, right? I was going to do this one. But I'll do this one instead. So we'll do this now. I just grabbed some tea. My throat is still not top. I can usually stream for like 15 hours without my voice giving up, but now I start now. So, how are you? Everything good? Sorry for ads.
It is going great.
Great. So, let's start. There. So, I don't know when I started this room, but I'll just quickly check through. I think it's basic questions. And I realized that one part of why you're like not continuing the path might be that the rooms are very old. I noticed that we started doing the Nesses in these rooms, and they were quite old, right? So yeah, so hopping back to finish this one. So I've got a Proxmox server with
yes,
my
there are
VM
a few of our
on.
older rooms.
Yeah, so that's probably why you're. Otherwise, it's quite a nice name for a path. Cyber defense sounds kind of cool. So I mean, if you're going to show someone you finished these paths, maybe you'll not do like something called absolute mega beginning basic info, but cyber defense, that sounds cool, you know? So it's nice to have that kind of name on the path. It's more attractive for people to do that. Yeah, we did this just some time back. And I think I made some notes too, or I probably already had that in my notes. Yeah, I think I added some stuff here that we can have. I don't know. I think I've used them before, but anyway. So, and the OSI model. Everybody's favorite thing to try to remember. So if you've been to Anti-Siphon's courses, John Strand kind of goes crazy on the OSI model. It's a bit funny. TCP was first. Why did they make this one, which is not actually in use, right? So, I guess we need to download files, but I need it on my VM. But I think we set up file, so we can just drag a file. But I just installed the client. This is new reinstalled Windows. And this is where I was going, so not going there anymore. We'll just start. So I actually use the VPN usually on my fourth one. So you don't close the window by mistake or something. We might not even need the VPN, but why not? Have it finished and ready. And back to many steps. So let's hop over here. And let's see if we can drag the file. I think it's like the desktop if you drag files. So I'm not used to having buttons for all three screens, so this used to be called left, my middle screen, and now it's called middle. So I will probably hop lots of times to that screen. So I used to have a 4:3 screen. So it was 1080 high, but it was not that wide. So it was not streaming that one. So let's just save it. So the only files in here before this was setup files. And we just installed the word viewer. So a little pcap. So let's see if I can drag this over. Not middle or right. And we got it, so we can just double click it, open it in Wireshark. So again, this one is also quite newly installed. I think the size is okay though. Of stuff. Let's read the text. ARP overview. ARP or address. Let's make it bigger. Address Resolution Protocol is a layer 2 protocol that is used to connect IP addresses with MAC addresses. This will contain request messages and response messages. To identify packets, the message header will contain one of two operation codes: request, reply. Very advanced protocol. Below you can see the packet capture of multiple ARP requests. So let's look at the actual thing and click. I should have those buttons different colors maybe. We can actually do that, because this I'm gonna make this mistake so many times if we don't fix it. So fix it. We'll fix it. So let's just slightly change the color. I'm kind of thinking we'll just make it a little brighter. And maybe it's enough to do the middle button. Is it visible? I'm gonna save it, see. Yeah, so I can aim at this key on my phone here. So that's the main thing to click. Do you think it will work? We'll see. Yeah, so the packets, and we also have them. I found the button easier. We have them here, the ARPs. And yeah, I think it's a bit tiny, the text. Who has? So I actually looked at my own some time ago. Should we just show ARPs, maybe? So here, there's something that's actually a response. So, left again. I did it again. It will keep happening, I guess. It's useful to note that most devices will identify themselves or Wireshark will identify it, such as Intel 78. An example of suspicious traffic would be money requests from an unrecognized source. You need to enable the setting within Wireshark, however, to resolve physical addresses. To enable this feature, navigate to View, Name Resolution, ensure that Resolve Physical Address is checked. Okay, let's check that out. I found the right key. So, View, Name Resolution, and Resolve Physical Addresses. I do believe this is default. I don't think I've changed it. And yeah, we saw this, you know, the source, that it wasn't just an address. Maybe I should change the setting of the time. That's not very readable. So, looking at the below screenshot, we can see that the Cisco device is sending ARP requests, meaning that we should be able to trust this device. However, you should always stay on the side of caution when analyzing packets. So we have Huawei, Techno. We don't have any Cisco, so it's a different one. ARP traffic overview. ARP request packets. We can begin analyzing packets by looking at the first ARP request packet and looking at the packet details. So let's hop over there again, and I kind of want bigger text, really. I know that I want it to fit too, you know, so it's... But when I'm streaming especially, I want the text to be visible. So... Layout, resize columns. So, fonts and colors. 11. 12, 13. Is it too big? So I usually do like 26 or something. So this is quite tiny for streaming. I want people to be able to see stuff if they're on a phone, but when it's Wireshark, it's not really possible, right? So
everything seems fine to me.
Nice. Good. So as this is newly installed, the Proxmox server we installed like a month ago, probably. And then this Kali is quite new. Newer than that. And then I've been sick for like 2 weeks, at least. So I'm just hoping it works, because it did shut down a few times. But one of the times was when I was making a port scanner in Go with no pauses in it, like no delays. So it just got, in a few seconds, like 65,000 port connects, you know?
Eek. Rolling
So
on the floor laughing emoji. Accidental DOS.
Yeah,
Smiley face
yeah.
emoji.
And then I realized, you know, of course, and we added a little delay and it worked fine, but it was a bit funny. But it did crash before that too, so I don't know if it's something... I found this computer in the trash. So, but it has a I don't think that graphic card was in, but it's got a 970, I think it is, NVIDIA, and it's an i7, like, I don't remember what numbers, but it's not new. And it has 16 gigs RAM, so it's, if it works, it's nice. This one is just also not very new computer, but it does 32 gigs of RAM at least. And now when I don't have to have the VM on it, it's nicer too. I don't have to close all my Firefox tabs, not to crash OBS while streaming. I know I should get a new computer, but they're expensive, especially if you want good stuff. So, let's look at the first package. Who has? And they're expanding the address resolution, the ARP bit here. They're looking at the opcode request and the target MAC address, which is 00, because they want an IP address, this IP address. Okay. And looking at the packet details above, the most important details of the packet are outlined in red. I found it. The opcode is short for operation code and will let you know whether the ARP request or a reply. The second outline detail is where the packet is targeted at, which is in this case a broadcast request to all. Okay, yeah, that's logical. You don't want to limit the MAC address when you're asking everybody for the IP address. I just think it would be logical just to always have it like that with a request, ARP request. Well, I guess it is always like that. Looking at the packet details, yeah. Reply packets. Let's click on that one again. So T. So they have selected this bit here. Sender MAC, sender IP. Yeah, so since now the IP will be the one that was requested before. So 23.1, here 23.1. So these are the ones I didn't find, but this one got a reply. So request or reply, and oh, so this is actually source. This is the one who sent all these. So this is the first one. And these also are marked broadcast, and these are not. Okay. Interesting.
Pandatong says,
Wireshark, talk nerdy to me. I yell Sophia all the time but never get a response.
Oh, that's so odd, Panda. Very odd. We have to develop better telepathy, I guess. Though we wouldn't have to yell at either. Welcome back, Panda. So, let's look at the package.
Get me on the right subnet.
Yes, you work with computers. I know. Looking at the above packet details, we can see from the opcode that there are that it is an ARP reply packet. We can also get other useful information like the MAC and IP address that was sent along with the reply. Since this is a reply packet, we know that this was the information sent along with the message. ARP is one of the simpler protocols to analyze. Very simple. All you need to remember is to identify whether it's a request for a reply packet and who it's being sent by. I'm more interested in the actual thing here that we saw. So this one that actually is sending the reply here, that's the one that's been asking for all of these IPs with no responses, right? And this one is 10, 251, 23, 139. And that's what this question before was too. So before it answers, it's asking, who are you who's asking me? Huh? And then there's no replies. Yeah, here. So this is the only reply, yeah. And this one. Yeah, I shouldn't care about that, I guess.
I had a user last week call me up, my scanner will not scan in color. I've scanned this ID so many times and it doesn't work, it looks the same. So I remote on, T-shoot for 45 minutes, then she says I have to go to lunch and take this guy's ID back. I'm sorry, I had a black and white copy of the ID in the scanner.
Oh, for you. I hope it was a nice chat and not an annoying one. I mean, if you keep having nice chats, it doesn't matter that you like wasted time or whatever. So,
believe me, I charged her for it. She is number 1 on my list of bad end users.
Ooh, yeah, but that's like not even a computer related issue. It's just a. So how do you really manage your job if you don't think or look or? Yeah, everybody can make mistakes. But I guess it wasn't the first one then. So I think it's just nice to chat to people too. But I guess you could have done more fun things with that time, probably. So, practical ARP packet analysis. Now that you know what ARP packets and normal traffic looks like, let's dive into an exercise. Start at typebox, get to the folder root. So we already have the file open. I'm assuming it's the same one. You can also download the PFCap, yeah. This capture has multiple protocols, so you might need to use your knowledge filter. So we already did that. So, packet 6. Let's scroll up and look at packet 6, which is the first ARP. What's the opcode? So, let's see if we can copy this. Or if we have to type. Copy. Field name value. Let's see if I managed. I didn't manage to hop to the right tab at least. Nah. Well, one was the request 1. I'll have to type it. I could have pasted the 1 in the parentheses though, I guess. What is the source MAC address of packet 19? So let's hop over here. 19, the source MAC address. So let's hope that this is copyable. Or so value, this should be the value really.
I need to do this.
Yes.
I suck at Wireshark.
Oh, do it. Room Wireshark. I don't know if it's free or not. It's anyway not totally new. Unless it's correct, there's no virtual machines, are there? But you probably can't download the files. So it's not a free one. What 4 packets are reply packets? Yeah, 4 packets. So the numbers of the packets.
Javasec says, I don't think it is free. Thoughtful face
No.
emoji. I'm not sure though. VR Mechatronics says.
So it says.
Hey, how is going?
Hi VR, it's going good. How you doing? How's the building going? Of your cool VR stuff. Let's see. So it says only subscribers. So it's not a free one. So 4 packets. Let's find them. So we notice there are not a lot of replies. So the first one is 76. So I'm just gonna type 76, comma. I like the new answer thing, by the way. So Jabba, it's nice that you don't have to be like perfect in the answers, like the case sensitivity even or something. But yeah, maybe we should test put a space in here and see if it can do that. No, I can't type space even. Oh, that's good. So right, screen. So the hardest thing with us right now is to manage to switch between the screens. So we have 400, and then we have, which one? We could have searched for this.
Says, yes. Answer tolerance. It is both great and a pain when you copy the password wrong.
Yeah. And sometimes you notice like, oh, one letter was not there. Okay, there's like a space in there or something. That's a bit. You plan to adjust it after you copied stuff. So then you have to like type stuff again. 400. Let's just type it once. 400.
VR Mechatronics says, today I received parcels with the next parts for Model 3, but I only have half of the all ordered parcels.
Do you have enough to start building? So 459. Come on. So 420. So there. What IP address is at? Also, I've noticed that some of the old ones actually don't have the right answers. So I had to Google for like older responses. And some of them were like not the right ones, and some of the old ones were actually the right ones. So since the actual answers right now didn't work, you have to Google for older stuff. I don't always say when I find
for
errors,
delivery 3
but
to
I
10
do
days,
sometimes.
then start testing professional final model.
Okay, cool. But were you building a Model 2 too at the same time? What IP address has? So I guess we should search for this. And I am not that good actually at Wireshark. Not as good as I should probably be by now. So so a string like this in there. Find it, please. So what IP address is at? I'm just checking that it's the right one. Yeah, so it was the one that we had all the time. So the value should be okay here, don't you think? That color helps me. I almost clicked left again, and then I saw the lighter middle button, and I clicked it. So even the parent should have given me what IP it was, because we saw it before. So these are because I was trying to keep a streak for a bit. And then I got sick, so I didn't. The files for this task, yeah, so let's download it again. CMP. So this is just pinging. So let's drag it over to the other machine at once. So we have it ready. Actually, I should probably close Wireshark because I don't think we'll need that one anymore, right? So there. So I will get used to the buttons soon, I promise. ICMP overview. ICMP, or Internet Control Message Protocol, is used to analyze various nodes on a network. This is the most commonly used with utilities like ping and traceroute.
I don't continue Model 1 and 2 anymore, because that required touching the floor with feet while play games, and the Model 3 works 100% by levitating above the floor.
Ooh, cool. So, for people who don't know what VR does, he actually makes, like, for VR games, controllers where you, like, float in the air and you can move and jump and do things. Very cool stuff. And I wish you would at least show me a photo, but I understand the secret.
says, I have to run off to a meeting, but I hope the rest of the stream goes well. See you,
Sure
smile,
it does.
smile.
Thank you very much, and thank you for joining for a bit, Java. Thank you very much for being here. And have a great meeting. So, VR, it's very cool, the stuff you do. So I wish to see it. So maybe you'll get a patent or something so you can show it. Yeah. So you should already be familiar with how ICMP works. However, if you need a refresher, read the IETF documentation. That's very much where I would go. I will have to open it and look at it. Below, you can see a sample of what a ping would look like. And we can see a request to a server from ICMP, then a reply from the server. So, ICMP traffic overview. ICMP request. Below we see packet details for a ping request packet. There are a few important things within the packet details that we can take note of. First being the type and the code of the packet. The type that equals 8 means this is a request packet. So 8 echo ping request. Yeah, I already have this in my notes. I know. If it's equal to 0, it is a reply packet. When these codes are altered or do not seem correct, that's typically a sign of suspicious activity. There are two other details within the packet that are useful to analyze: timestamp and data. The timestamp can be useful for identifying the time the ping is requested. It can also be useful to identify suspicious activity in some cases. We can also look at the data string, which will typically just be a random data string. So, I'm just trying to drag something. I need to learn. Yeah, there maybe. So, there's things in OBS that I have not done yet, actually. By the way, when I started stream, I got a new version of StreamerBot. So it's actually a fresh new version of it today. So, let's look at it. Or we can read the rest. I'm assuming we'll look at the data soon. ICMP reply. Below you can see... below. I can't speak today. Below you can see the reply packet is very similar to the request packet. One of the main differences that distinguishes a reply packet. I keep saying that, I'm not going to care anymore. In this case, you can see it is 0, confirming that it is a reply packet. The same analysis techniques for request packet apply here as well. Again, the main difference will be the packet type. So let's look at the packets. So I open the file, and we can skip the DNS and stuff by just doing ICMP there. So we only have one protocol. And now that you understand how an ICMP packet is formed and what it contains, we shall begin hands-on practical analysis of ICMP packets. Go to the data folder. We already have the file up. Network had only had 2 protocols. So it just says it's up to us if we filter or not. We already filtered, so packet 4, that's where we want to go. Internet Control Message Protocol, ICMP. I actually never thought about what ICMP is, because it's just, it's ICMP. But of course, Internet Control Message Protocol. It is type 8. It's an echo ping request. So I'm curious about the data. Here's the data. And we can also see the data here when we just select. So we can see this one in there too, 08. So it's kind of nice when you look at this. Wireshark is a nice program. Very nice. So type is 8. I'm just putting it in there. What is the type of packet? 5. So it already says request and reply here, right? So we already know it was 0. 0. Submit. What is the timestamp for packet 12?
Shina's suppliers are of such poor quality that I even had to replace the balls in the magnetic motor bearings with serial ones because there were steel magnetic into non-magnetic ones, so that the human brain does not lose balance when balancing vertically during levitation.
Oh. So the magnetic motor bearings, the serial ones. Steel magnetic. So I'm assuming that it gets stuck in some way. And there's too much friction. And you use the motor not as a motor but as a sensor then? Tell me. What is the timestamp of packet 12? Only including month, day, and year. Note, Wireshark bases its time off your device's time zone. If your answer is wrong, try 1 day more or less. So, I thought about this before. I mentioned we should fix the time. And I clicked here and I was like, where is it? So where is it? Where do you fix time? Format, nothing else, just the format of the time. It's too long since I did this. So, obviously I'm totally off. Already almost 2 hours. Time flies. Analyze. Yeah, I'm gonna Google this quicker. Wireshark. Set time format. Too much in the menus. So under view, go to time display format. Yeah, so it was there. I was just blind. So we want time of day. Time and time of day. I guess this is human. style. And I can't see the format we want anymore, so now you can read this number here. We don't need the decimals. Let's cut them off. So we know there are decimals. So this is the year and everything. So it wanted in text. So I guess we do May. This requires not only knowledge about Wireshark, but about American time formats. There. No. So it said 1 day or more or less. Yeah. So we had to change it one. As it's 0045, right. So it's just in my time zone, it's just past midnight. So what is the full data string for packet 18? I think these are a bit fun. So I would think it's more fun though with actual. So let's copy, I guess, value again. I'm starting to get the hang of that. There. So I have not done this, it's just checked because it was no question and I was trying to keep a streak. Read the above and continue to task 10, it says. So we're gonna read it. So caring about the streaks, that's not a good thing to do. Sorry. Trying to make my throat more read capable. TCP traffic. TCP overview. TCP, or Transmission Control Protocol, handles the delivery of packets including sequences and errors. You should already have an understanding of how TCP works. If you need a refresher, check out the IETF TCP documentation. And below you can see the a sample of Nmap scan. Scanning port 80 and 43. We can tell that the port is closed due to the RST ACK packet in red. So
the motor is needed to drive the gyroscope so that you can the solid surface underfoot for a moment, the plate accelerator rotating and bearing with the pulley. This blocks the lines and rollers from moving while gamer regain body vertical balance.
The motor is needed to drive the gyroscope. The plate accelerator rotating and bearing with the pulley. Yeah, so VR, this is quite advanced stuff. Why do you really need to go to school? I mean, couldn't you just do this in a bigger scale? It sounds very advanced. Or do you need some kind of more maths, engineering of this kind of thing, right? Because it sounds like you know a lot already. When analyzing TCP packets, Wireshark can be very helpful and color code packets in order of danger level. If you can't remember the color code, go to task 3 and refresh on how Wireshark uses colors to match packets. Yeah, but it's not like you haven't got proof you already know stuff. You know, school is not the only way to show. So if you apply for a job, you can send your projects as proof of your knowledge instead of doing, sending a piece of paper. I think they would value You know, you're an inventor. That's much more valuable for a company than someone who managed to remember some things on a paper and a formula and answered correctly on a test. I don't think you need to actually have that piece of paper. I think you can get a great job anyway.
The paper is needed to let you into an English-speaking country, or 800k USD.
Yeah, but apply to the companies. Apply to the companies that make VR stuff. You could try like Apple and Google and things like that. I'm sure they would be interested. They have a lot of people employed that don't invent cool things like you do, right? And you can send them like a demo video. If you dare to, I know that you're a bit like, maybe they'll steal the idea, right? That's why you didn't want to send me an image of what it looks like. Yeah. So it's all up to you, of course. But you'll still have to show stuff when you get there, if you move there. So you could save 4 years,
I wrote
maybe.
to Steam, but they have no idea what I did.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So just showing an image of something being used doesn't say exactly how it works, you know, though. So you could send them a video of one of your customers using your thing. And then I'm sure you'll get a job. And they'll be like, yeah, we need this person in the US. Right? And then you won't have to go to school and wait for even more years before you can get started doing the things in a bigger scale. And all the world will have these cool inventions, right? I think you should go for it. Try and do that. When analyzing TCP packets, Wireshark can be... Yeah, I think I read this one, right? Almost. Color code, task 3, Wireshark color matches packets. TCP can give useful insights into the network when analyzing. However, it can also be hard to analyze due to the number of packets it sends. This is where you may need to use other tools like RSA, Net Witness, and Network Miner to find out and further analyze the captures. So, now we have new information from here.
For now, I have an idea to make a Model 3 without military upgrades, and rent it out on a subscription basis, and when I collect 800k, I will get an investor visa.
Okay. Yeah, so I've realized that the things you buy, that you earn money on this, you know? So, I'm sure you'll get there soon. You just have to find a few more customers maybe, or maybe you even have them. So TCP can give useful insights and into a network when analyzing. However, it'd be hard to analyze due to the number of packets it sends. Now this is where you may need to use other tools like RSA. No, RSA Net Witness. Let's search for this. NetWitness.com, comprehensive platform that accelerates threat detection and response. It collects and analyzes data across all capture points. So we can look at this later. Network Miner I've heard of. I think it's in the Anti-Siphon labs, maybe? Open source network forensics tool that extracts artifacts such as files, images, emails, and passwords from captured network traffic. And that's enough for now. So we'll have to add these to the notes. TCP traffic overview. A common thing that you will see when analyzing TCP packets is known as the TCP handshake, which you should already be familiar with. It includes a series of packets, SYN, SYNAC, ACK, that allows devices to establish a connection. Typically, when this handshake is out of order or when it includes other packets like an RST packet, something suspicious or wrong is happening in the network, like an odd nmap scan. The nmap scan in the section above is a perfect example of this. TCP packet analysis. For analyzing TCP packets, we will not go into the detail of each individual details of the packets. However, look at a few of the behaviors and structures that the packets have. Below we see a packet details for a SYN packet. The main thing that we want to look for when looking at TCP packets is the sequence number and the acknowledgement number. So let's look at something at the same time, right? So we just open this. No. Oh, right. So we need to download, and the file will be in the next task, I'm assuming. Can I just click this? No. So we still have the ICMP one up. So it's the same packet. DNS and INS. So we're on DNS traffic now. Yeah. So it's the same file. So what about TCP? We don't have any examples to look at, whatever. We can look at this then. So we have the transmission control protocol, TCP here, bit of it. We can see the source port and the destination port. Stream index. Here's the sequence number role. The acknowledgement number is not sent when a TCP SYN packet in a TCP SYN packet, because the client is not acknowledging any data from the server. It is typically 0 in an initial SYN packet. Within Wireshark, we can also see the original sequence number by navigating to Edit, Preferences, Tools, TCP, Relative Sequence Numbers. So now you really want some data. Let's do the first one and see. I think it had a little bit of random traffic. Let's TCP. Yeah. So there's some traffic in here. So my foot itched suddenly. Edit preferences. Protocols. TCP. And this is a long list. Relative request sequence numbers. So this is checked. Uncheck boxes. I don't think I want to uncheck it. So typically TCP packets need to be looked at as a whole to tell the story rather than one by one. Yeah. And that's messy with a lot of packets, right? So there's no questions for this one. And we realized this was the same file as the other one, so I'll just open that one again. I'm trying to do something very complicated. I'm trying to close Wireshark. Oh, can't because this is open. So what about now? Where is the whole thing? Oh, it's up there. Okay. I was like, this is this line, but it wasn't. DNS traffic. Well, we have the file. DNS overview. DNS, or Domain Name Service Protocol, is used to resolve names with IP addresses. Just like other protocols, you should be familiar with DNS. However, if you're not, you can look, well, refresh here. So we have 3 now. There are a couple of things outlined below that you should keep in the back of your mind when analyzing DNS packets. Query response, DNS servers only UDP. If any of these is out of place, well, the packets should be looked at further and should be considered suspicious. So I know that you can like send stuff with DNS in different ways. Below you can see packet capture, multiple DNS queries and responses. And this time it seems to be the one we have. So it's the same as on the other screen, although we have more. Instantly looking at the process, we can see that they are querying. We can see what they are querying. This can be useful when you have many packets and need to identify suspicious or unusual traffic quickly. DNS traffic overview. DNS query. Look at the below query. We only have 2 bits of information that we can use to analyze a packet. The first bit of information we can look at is where the query is originating from. In this case, it is UDP 53, which means that it packet passes that check. If it was TCP 53, then it should be considered suspicious traffic. It needs to be analyzed further. Okay. We can also look at what is querying as well. This is useful with other information to build a story of what happened. So we can see the destination port 53. Query is originating from. Let's look at it then. Frame 1. Yeah, it seems to be the same. They expanded this, did they? No? So, question.
This was Bed's web link.
So, let's see. So these are the best. Yeah, that's quite big. So you replace the ball bearings in the motor. Just that
Yes,
sounds
5,000
advanced.
pieces for manual replacement and bearing.
Oh my god. We can accept cookies. I shop from AliExpress all the time. Impossible to use for air rifle. Yeah. It doesn't say what it is. Yeah, here it does. Ceramic ball bearings. So,
Komen Pantsu says, Hello, I recently completed CompTIA Security Plus. Bestow upon me your wisdom, O great sage. Fix it 42 wave.
Thank you, but I'm learning stuff, just as you. So, but I've been working in IT since like '96, so I've got some knowledge also. So we can learn together. That's why this shell exists. And where you know more than me, you can teach me, and where I know more than you, I can teach you. So learn together and teach each other the stuff. So, when analyzing DNS packets, you really need to understand your environment and whether or not traffic would be considered normal within your environment.
Response cut off by a minute long ad. Lol.
Oh, yeah, I said that we teach each other. So, I worked in IT for a long time, so I have some pre-knowledge of stuff. And also done programming and things. But at some places, maybe you know more, and then you can teach me. And where I know more, I can teach you. So we can learn together and just learn a lot of stuff. That's what the channel is for. So, response packet.
Basically, I never use wireless stuff, with the exception of my phone.
Okay. Yeah, so there are some old videos where I do like a bit of simple Wi-Fi hacking stuff, but we can always do that again. And I usually put a bad password and share a network from my phone. Then I use other Wi-Fi stuff to connect to it, like from Kali Linux. Some network card there that can do monitor mode. And you can set its information also. So we're at practical DNS packet analysis. Now that we understand the basics of how DNS traffic looks and interacts, I don't think this actually said much to me. First of all, it called this the source port, and it's the destination port. The source port we can't see here. Maybe we can see it in in the actual data. Yeah, I thought so. The source port is this. It's 51,677. So this is just wrong. But we can just answer the questions anyway. Go to follow root rooms Wireshark. Yeah, we already have the pickup open. We could also use Wireshark to listen to the Bluetooth traffic between my lights. If we manage to get it into Bluetooth, that would be cool. Listen to Bluetooth. We'd have to have some special thing to actually listen to the Bluetooth, right? So it's all over here in the air, right? But how do we listen to Bluetooth? That's one thing we should do. Especially since I'm going to make a program to control them from the computer. We need to know their protocol.
Says, Ubertooth?
Never heard of it. Should I Google? Oh, it's a gadget. Great Scott. Yeah, I know he's done some cool stuff, but I don't think we needed anything special really. I have a Bluetooth antenna already, so I use it to control we have a little stream robot where you can control a robot arm and pick stuff up, and it goes via Bluetooth. And also this is Bluetooth too, and I can like walk down to the parking lot far away and still have a good connection. So also when I scan for stuff in this computer, we pick up everything. So we should probably be able to use that one to just as this is a Praxmax Kali machine, it's actually here, and we can send on units. If I would use the antenna though, I couldn't use it for Bluetooth here at the same time. I do have another Bluetooth antenna though, so we could use another one. Yeah, let's continue. So, what is being queried in packet 1? I guess we can't copy this, right? I don't want to type it either. Let's see. Say if I can just copy. Like copy value here maybe. What do you think? Yeah. What site is being requested in packet 26? So 26. Wireshark.org. So let's copy this one. And then we want the transaction ID too. Here we have transaction ID, copy, value. So, there, we got all the information. This is just an odd address, right? And here you have a more normal one. So let's look at this one instead. So we have a normal destination port 53, and it is UDP, not TCP. So I'm thinking, is this in a column? No. So these were big because we had MAC addresses before when we did the ARP bit. Yeah, I don't think we need to look at this more. Let's continue. HTTP. So I'm assuming we have a new file now. Yeah. So we're gonna copy it to the computer actually. I'm disclosing Wireshark. So we have a new one. So new file. HTTP, or Hypertext Transfer Protocol, is a commonly used part for World Wide Web and used by some websites. However, its encrypted counterpart, HTTPS, is more common, which we'll discuss in the next text. HTTP used to send GET and POST requests to web servers in order to receive things like web pages. Knowing how to analyze HTTP can be useful to quickly spot things like SQLi, web shells, and other web-related vectors. But now it's encrypted, right? HTTP traffic overview. You should already have a general understanding of how HTTP works before completing this row. However, if you need a refresher, look at, and we have a fourth, fifth, I'm losing track. HTTP is one of the most straightforward protocols for packet analysis. The protocol is straight to the point and does not include any handshakes or prerequisites before communication. So we just send the GET, for example. Above we can see a simple HTTP packet. Looking at an HTTP packet we can easily gather information since the data stream is not encrypted, like the HTTP counterpart HTTPS. Some of the important information we can gather from the packet is the request URI, data, file data, server. So here we have the HTTP 11200 OK. So this is a response then. Content type, headers, response 1 of 1, time since request, request in frame 18. So we can see in 18 what the request was, and this is in 27. So let's say that Wireshark is not a tool that I feel a need to make a new version of. It seems complicated, like they've evolved over time. A lot of things have been done and fixed, and compressions and all the options, and it's really actually a bit of a mess. So we'll see, maybe this is how I feel later. Above we can see a sample HTTP packet. Yeah, I read that. Get hands-on with packets. Practical HTTP packet analysis. To get an understanding of the flow of HTTP packet and get hands-on with the packet, we can analyze the PCAP file. And we have it open. After opening the PCAP file, we can see that this is just a simple HTTP packet capture with a few. Let's see how many. We have only 43 lines. Navigating deeper into a packet capture, we can look at the details of one of the HTTP requests, for example packet 4. From this packet we can identify some important information like the host, user agent, requested URI, and response. We can use some of Wireshark's built-in features to help sorry, to help digest all of the data and organize it for further future analysis. We can begin by looking at a very useful feature in Wireshark to organize the protocols present in a capture of protocol hierarchy. Statistics protocol hierarchy. Yeah. So I've been in there before. There were lots of interesting stuff in statistics. Statistics for me is like, oh, boring stuff, you know? But that was useful. Protocol hierarchy. Let's see if we can find it. It was just at the top. So, this information can be very useful in a practical application like threat hunting to identify discrepancies in packet captures. Yeah, I think that's what I saw this probably in the Siphon too. They have lots of good stuff for like, especially blue team stuff that I don't feel very good at. The next feature in Wireshark we will look at is export HTTP object. So protocol frame Ethernet. So 41 of them are TCP and 2 are UDP. And the UDP ones are DNS. And 4 of the 41 TCP ones are Hypertext Transfer Protocol, HTTP. And in there's data and markup, just in one packet. So, sounds like we don't have a lot of stuff here. So we can see HTTP. Get download. Let's expand this instead and we'll see it clearer. So I'm sure we'll have questions about these later, so I guess I should read. I do have some shock. I think it will help my throat. So it's not that healthy though to eat candy, right? So 1645. Oh, breaking up small pieces of this. This information is very useful. Next feature, we will look at export HTTP objects. Will allow you to organize all the requested URIs in the capture. To use export HTTP object, navigate to file, export objects HTTP. Isn't this a file thing? I hope for something I have not seen before. So just file, export. So I've only used this for files. HTTP. So we have the same data they do, so this time we have the same. So, similar to protocol hierarchy, this can be useful to quickly identify possible discrepancies in captures. So we can save these. It is a file thing, really. We don't need to save them as files. Similar to the protocol, yeah, I read that. The last feature we will cover in this section of this room is endpoints. This feature allows the user to organize all endpoints and IPs found within a specific capture. Sounds interesting. Just like the other features, this can be useful to identify where a discrepancy is originating from. To use the endpoints feature, statistics endpoints. So yeah, I think I might have seen this. We can see how many packets. So it seems like we have two very odd addresses in the packets. So they both have. Oh. Yeah, can it's also that one wouldn't have anything. $43, but the others are okay. And those are the two DNS ones. So I do feel a bit tired. I guess I did sleep a little too little this night. I could say it's my kid's fault, but I don't think that's 100% true. I started playing a game that I have not played for 967 days, it said. So I actually saved away for 967 days. And I don't remember a thing. But it was a bit like fun because in the game it pops up, oh, we have a Twitch stream. Oh, we have a Twitch stream and stuff. So I hopped into one that I looked at several years ago. I guess that's the way I found Twitch originally. So let's see now. What percent of packets originate from the percent? Oh, okay, so one of those, because I was counting, we have 2 DNS packets in this 43 total, but I'm supposed not to calculate it. I'm supposed to look at statistics, I guess, right? Protocol hierarchy. So here we have the DNS ones. Is there a percent here? 0.8. That's per bytes. Percent packets 4.7. Yeah, I'm like, this is not correct. But it's because the other ones have more, they're bigger. So what endpoint ends in dot 237? So let's open this thing again, or should we just go here? So let's just click one of the packets so we can copy the address. I clicked the wrong one. And let's copy the value. There. What is the user agent listed in packet 4? So I should make these buttons bigger, because right and left I move between all the time, and I can change in Sammy the size. I can make them cover several. We'll see. It's just the last time I added a line there, they're actually quite tiny. But I don't think I miss them very often though. User agent. So they want the full user agent string here. Yeah. I was just making sure they just want the value. Oh, they actually want the R and N too, and I didn't get those. So /R/N. So I shouldn't have copied the value. What could we have copied then? Copy as ASCII text? Let's just test that. So do we get the RN with us? No. So I had to type that. Then we want packet 18's Yara. It's not this. Looking at the data stream, what is the full request URI for packet 18? So data stream, we didn't look at that. I think they mean this. Yeah. They can't want the full thing. Do they want the whole thing? So I'm waiting for it to load. Yeah, so let's, I'm kind of thinking how far does it go? Yeah, it kind of wants all of it. This is so annoying. So then we have ads. So I'm gonna paste again, and then I'm going to try and see what's behind here. So it stops before the end. Color URL. So URL equals. So that's the last character, but all of this fits. Check for typos in this kind of thing. I didn't type, I pasted. Okay, let's copied. Yeah, don't need copy this much. Just that. So I'm assuming we're supposed to actually use what we did, right? Is that it? But this is not a full name. Was I in the wrong packet? That would have been stupid. I must have just clicked something by mistake there. But I think I copied from this one. Yeah, it's still wrong. So this might be one of the output is not quite the same as it was 4 years ago. It might just be me not doing the right thing. Let's do packet 38. Hmm. 38. That was nice of it. So let's try this one again. It's very long. 18. The other one we could see the packets data more. I'm so blind. Follow. So, which is packet 18? That's 27. This is 18. So, all the way over here to here is what the page is. So if we copy that, now let's compare it to what we already had in Notepad. So, and this was added. And I think these are the same, identical. Right. So this one is too long. We need to URL decode that. I think maybe the easiest is the chef. What do you think? URL decode. Let's grab one of the identical lines and just paste it here and copy this. So now we should fit all the things there. So maybe Wireshark did that before and now it doesn't or something, because I don't think you're supposed to do that. HTTPS. So now we have zip file. Let's close Notepad too. It's actually thinking of making my own Notepad that's not bright light, because my hope of switching from Windows 10 is quite gone by now. I don't want to do Linux because OBS is worse in Linux, and I don't want to do Windows 11. So, yeah, that is the latest file. So that's what it's called. So I think you can extract here. Never did this before on Linux. I'm a command line person. So here we have the key. Let's look what this looked like. Yeah. Command line. Oh my god. If I remove the other ones, they will be needed, right? But we have one pcap ng, one cap, and one pcap. And they all look the same in Wireshark. So well, that's what it looks like. Thought so. So this is the TryHackMe pcap file that we opened. Oh gosh, did I actually get? Oh, yeah. How do I change this? Let's change it. So set default application. Then we can do mousepad, and I don't have to do Wim. So nice. Now we can actually edit the file without having to Google how to do it. It's seriously crazy that you can't just edit a file when you open it. So, what else could you possibly want? HTTPS or Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secure can be one of the most annoying protocols to understand from a packet analysis perspective, and can be confusing to understand the steps to take in order to analyze HTTPS packets. Should we see if I remember how to add it? I have to have a challenge. So I'm quite sure it's in preferences. Protocols, right? So we'll have to scroll to HTTPS. And it's not even there. And just like that instead. Snake Desert. www.snakeall.com. Application data. Yeah, so it still looks like crap. Maybe I took a bad one to do. Application data. think this is the same one though. Generated custom certificate. I think it's supposed to use it though. Let's learn what I failed doing. Before sending encrypted information, the client and server need to agree upon various steps in order to make a secure tunnel. Protocol version, cryptographic algorithm, authenticate to each other. Create a secure tunnel with a public key. We can begin analyzing HTTPS traffic by looking at the packets for the handshake between the client and server. Below is a client hello packet showing SSL v2 record layer, handshake type, and SSL version. Below is server hello packet sending similar information. This time it includes session details and SSL certificate information. Below is the client key exchange packet. This part of the handshake will determine the public key used to encrypt further messages between the client and server. In the next packet, the server will confirm the public key, and create the secure tunnel. I dropped some chocolate on the floor. I'll just grab it while I remember it, and it doesn't melt when I step in it. So, public key secure tunnel. All traffic after this point will be encrypted based on the agreed upon specifications listed above. So let's actually look at these packets on the other screen so that we can recognize these easier next time, because I've seen this before. Client hello, server hello. And it's not super readable. So we see the client hello, and the version. This is really the information they marked as useful. And then in reply, server hello. They have a session ID here. So, as I happen to see, this was not a full number there. No, it's nothing we need. Good. So you never know why they trim information, if it's because it's in the answer. It's the answer to a question, you know. Version SSL3. And the next package is 8. Client key exchange, cipher spec, encrypted handshake message. They say this is important. Of course, this. And this. And this. So, 4th packages. They actually have the same packet again. They have the same packet again. And then they have 21. So what packet did they mean to show? So that might have been why I was slightly confused here. So after this one, oh, easy to follow on the IP addresses here. It must be this one.
FixerBot says,
New follower Panty Ringer. Less than 3.
Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. So it's one we actually have to look at.
Panty Ringer says, Hi. Translated from German.
Hello. So I'm curious about the data, but it will probably be more in there. It's just that it had the same image twice here. Packet 8 and packet 8. So I'm thinking this should be 9. The traffic between the client and the server is now encrypted. You will need a secret key in order to decrypt the data stream sent between the two hosts. And they just give an example of how the data looks, right? And we got a key in there. What I'm thinking of here is this exchange of keys. Can we see the key here? So we can't probably, right? Because how do you do that? I don't remember. How do you get the key on the machine when you do it? I don't remember. That's just a fact. So 21. So this was their example of very encrypted data. But already 10 here. Here we have the first. Sorry, I'm starting to get a bit tired. You can hear my 14-year-old bouncing around in the living room. Sounds similar to the hard drive. Like it sounds. There it's bounce, 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 bounce. So the traffic between the client and server are now encrypted. practical HTTPS packet analysis. In order to practice and get hands-on with HTTPS packets, we can analyze the snake oil, PCAP, and decryption key. So we have those. We need to load the PCAP. Yeah, we have.
You can use Hashcat.
Yeah. Do you have something you need to do? From looking, it's a bit messy, Hashcat. The output is not very clear sometimes. From looking at the above packet capture, we can see that all of the requests are encrypted. Looking closer at the packets, we can see the HTTPS handshake as well as the encrypted requests themselves. Let's take a closer look at one of the encrypted packets, packet 36. So let's go to 36. Oh, I don't have a 36. Oh, right. Look. I forgot we actually did a follow there. So we didn't see all the packets. So here we have some data. So packet 36. So mine doesn't look exactly the same because mine says application data protocol. So it doesn't look decrypted though. I tried adding the key, but I obviously did something wrong. So let's see what they say. We can confirm the packet details that the application data is encrypted. You can use RSA key in Wireshark in order to view the data and encrypt it. In order to load an RSA key. Oh, TLS. Yeah, I was looking for HTTPS. Of course it's TLS. Yeah, that's where we add it. So, let's see. So, I probably did this before. The same error before, I mean. So let's remove this one, and I tried finding HTTPS here and it wasn't there, so then I was like, T is quite late. TLS. If you're using an older version of Wireshark, it will be SSL instead of TLS. You will need to fill the various sections on the menu. The following are preferred. So, I guess we look at this. Plus IP address 127.0.0.1, port start underscore TLS, protocol HTTP, key file, browse, key. So now it should work. Now that we have a RSA key imported into Wireshark, if we go back into the packet capture, we can see the data stream is now unencrypted. So let's see what happens with this thing. Oh, look. So it said this before, but this didn't happen because I put the key in the wrong place. But it's good to see that it was HP, you know? So it was part of it might have been. I'm curious if we can see that one can do that in some way. But you connect it to an IP, that is logical. Yeah. Now that we have, yeah. Let's hop back to the text. So this bit I need, right? Actually, it wasn't even all the instructions there. So I'm gonna put it in my notes. And so I think I will put it here because if we're looking at this kind of data in Wireshark, then we're not on web exploration. We're on Wireshark stuff. So this is definitely Wireshark filters. Whatever. So I think these are level 3, yeah. So there's actually a sidebar on this side away that I'm not using, that you could use to get to these headers. I didn't do plus. Let's see what I did. Scrolling here. T ls. I clicked edit. RSA key list. So I do this to make it obvious what's part of the text and what's exactly supposed to be there. So I would have needed this note. I should have made one last time I did this, because I've done this at least twice. Yeah, I'm gonna go check on my kids quickly, and I'll be right back. So yeah, I'll just be right back. Just checking that. Yeah, that mic is muted.
Too late to pause. I think I missed how you got the RSA key. I was getting spiritually crushed by waves of crass capitalism. "3 hours of Wireshark break is well deserved."
thanks. I have to go and get some dinner for my kids, actually. So, too late to pause. I think you missed. Okay. So the RSA key is a part of the download file. So we download a PCAP and a key file. So they're both in there. So if you were to get like something at a CTF or something, you would get both too. But you can also record it. But I don't remember how to do it. We could just how to get a key file for HTTPS. Extract. I'm quite sure you can record it too, like in a browser. Extracting from different files, generate. Wireshark. Yeah, so we can just continue checking. So we need to record it, so when the traffic is happening. When I'm quite sure, like here. So I misspelled it. Let's say Firefox, for example. We still get those hits. Reach used cipher key for current SSL connection. Yeah. You can get the master key data you need from both Firefox and Chrome. So that's what I wanted. Master key that you need. You can use the output fee.
Burke says hello, please say hello to me. I love your videos very much. Your content and
Hello,
videos are
Burke.
very informative. My name is Burke.
Welcome in, Burke, and thank you for watching the videos. I have to go and make some food for my 14-year-old, but then I'll be right back and continue. So we just checked a bit on how to get the current key for the traffic. As I didn't remember, I think I did it once, but I don't remember. So very much welcome, Burke, and hello. And I'll be right back. Should we put on the pause screen or should we not? I can do it, but I'll be right back.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected. I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unroll the secrets, unlock the code, no limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unroll the secrets, unlock the code, no limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning and hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning and hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning and hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. Discoveries await in this digital.
Just got it's almost done, but this one said its battery's out. So there. Oh, we got a cookie thingy. There. So I'm sorry for just leaving, and I notice everybody leaves when I leave. Not very odd, but it's a fact. Set SSL key log file equals the same session. So actually, let's TTS this while I go and check the food.
How to reach used cipher key of current SSL connection under Firefox. I would like have one quick question. Is there any add-in for Firefox or tool how to get session key generated from master secret during SSL handshake by which is encoded symmetrically whole client/server communication? I need it due to decoding of communication, post/get/etc. via Wireshark or PCAP library. As I can see, Firebug is showing decrypted communication, so I hope there exists some proper ways how to reach the session key. Smiley face. Thank you all for a help. 2 answers. I have good news for you. You can actually get the master key data that you need from both Firefox and Chrome. And you can use the output file in Wireshark to decrypt the SSL/TLS traffic without the need for the private key from the SSL/TLS server. Check out method 2 here, HTTP URL. As a tip, if you don't want to reboot your machine, just open a command prompt and run setl key log file equals c/SSL key log file.txt. C:\program whitespace files whitespace left parenthesis x86 right parenthesis \Mozilla whitespace Firefox \Firefox.exe. Since Firefox is being launched from the same session that you added the environment variable in, it will launch with that variable set. Otherwise a restart of Windows will be required after setting it in the system settings dialogs. I also want to point out that the answer from Chris wasn't necessarily wrong. This is a fairly new feature. It didn't make it into release until Wireshark 1.6. If you want to use Wireshark, then the pre-master secret will be of no use for you. You refer to it as cipher key in your question. Wireshark can only decrypt traffic if you specify the RSA private key of the server, which doesn't change on every connection unlike the pre-master secret. However, you can't get that through your browser or anything else for obvious reasons. If you want to decrypt SSL traffic, I suggest using an intermediate proxy instead, like Fiddler. It does not passively capture traffic but proxies the traffic, which enables it to actually decrypt the data sent and received. Your answer. Post as a guest. By clicking post your answer, you agree to our terms of service and acknowledge you have read our privacy policy.
Okay, jag kommer. Yeah. Well, we could really stop that one, but sent. What sent? Browser. Yeah. So let's listen to this one while I go and continue. Almost done.
How to get private key used to decrypt HTTPS traffic sent and received from my own browser with Wireshark. I am working with a website that sends API requests. I would like to write a client to make the requests myself, but in order to do so I would need to first see the request payloads. However, the connection is secured and therefore I can't see the data in Wireshark just like that. I found out that Wireshark supports SSL decryption, HTTP URL. However, it doesn't explain how the private key file should be obtained or generated, so I went and looked around and found this blog entry, HTTP URL. After finding the appropriate packets as shown in the images, I exported the certificate, but unlike the challenge they were doing, the connection established for me uses RSA 2048 and does not provide the factorization. I'm assuming real certificates do not provide that, only the ones for games and such. Is it possible for me to decrypt HTTPS packets that are sent to third-party websites? How would I generate the key file required? 5 answers. Wireshark is a very powerful tool. In most cases, the add-and-less debug consoles of the browsers Firefox and Chrome should be enough. Both have network monitors that are sufficient most time. Be aware that the Firefox monitor doesn't support WebSockets yet. If you still wanted to use Wireshark, then consider utilizing the SLT log file, more help at this and this, and your linked Wireshark wiki page. The private key is private to the web server. If you don't control the web server, you shouldn't be able to obtain it. The certificate only holds the public key, so it wouldn't be of much use to you. You could try to set up a proxy HTTPS server and do a man-in-the-middle attack. In that case you would have the key of your proxy server. Are you trying to crack the protocol from a software, or you are normally using a browser to access the service? In the second case, you can use the temporary for the session by configuring Firefox to log the key to a file, as it was suggested by user 10008. Look for the log file in the wiki page you linked, and the links that user 10008 posted. You can't, unless you have administrative control over the third-party web server, or retrieve the certificate via some other nefarious means. SSL/TLS is reliant upon the private certificate staying private. Furthermore, even if you had the server's private key, you might not be able to decrypt traffic from an earlier session if perfect forward secrecy was used. In that case, you would have to know the specific private key used for your single session. In principle, because you are the client, you are privy to the pre_master_secret, which is what you need to derive the master_secret. The master_secret is the symmetric key that's actually used to encrypt your session. As AppNet said, there are ways to utilize this in Firefox and Chrome, although it is dependent upon the client software, and I'm not sure about Flash. However, there are more trivial methods to inspect your own HTTPS traffic. Local proxies. Since it is your own connection, there is no reason why you can't pass the website through a proxy server. Many proxy servers are configured to allow SSL pass-through, which still gives you end-to-end encryption, but you can break this by terminating your connection at the proxy server, if you trust the proxy's SSL certificate. The proxy will then establish its own SSL connection to the third-party website, passing along any traffic you send. Companies sometimes use the same method to inspect their users' outgoing HTTPS traffic. That's a contentious one. Essentially, it's a man in the middle. Browser -- local proxy -- website. HTTPS. Local proxies run on your own machine, and allow you to inspect and even modify traffic that passes through them. If an attacker tried to do this, the user would see a browser warning to show that it's not received a valid certificate for the requested website. However, you can set up your machine to trust the local proxy CA certificate. Two popular local proxies that work with HTTPS traffic are 1. Burp Suite. 2. Fiddler. Burp Suite has AMF serialization support built in. Fiddler looks like it has an extension. Adding to his cooker's message, you can also use Charles proxy with a trusted certificate installed on the device/browser and allow Charles to decrypt SSL so you can read the traffic. I do this quite a lot when testing devices that are communicating over SSL. HTTP URL. SSL was built to prevent you from doing exactly what you're attempting. You need the key to get access to private communications, with or without Wireshark. Several answers suggest a man-in-the-middle attack, which should work with a lot of effort, but if this is a public API, it's probably documented. Particularly, if it is a web service API, you can get the WSDL from the browser by appending the endpoint URL with WSDL. This will give a complete list of methods and return types. We care about your privacy. We and our 5 partners store and access personal data, like browsing data or unique identifiers, on your device. Selecting Accept All Cookies enables tracking technologies to support the purposes shown under. We and our partners process data to provide. Selecting necessary cookies only or withdrawing your consent will disable them. If trackers are disabled, some content and ads you see may not be as relevant to you. You can resurface this menu to change your choices or withdraw consent at any time by clicking the Customize Settings link on the bottom of the web page. Your choices will have effect within our website. For more details, refer to our privacy policy. We and our partners perform the following based on your settings. Use precise geolocation data. Actively scan device characteristics for identification. Understand audiences through statistics or combinations of data from different sources. Store and/or access information on a device. Develop and improve services. Create profiles to personalize content. Measure content performance. Use limited data to select content. Measure advertising performance. Use limited data to select advertising. Create profiles for personalized advertising. Use profiles to select personalized advertising. Use profiles to select personalized content.
I'm back. So I've been talking to my kid too, so I made one for me too. He eats too, but he's also much bigger than me. So these are quite like big sandwiches. I was tired, so maybe I needed some food, but it's also 18, so. So, yeah, I don't think we read all of it. Now that we have an RSA key imported into Wireshark, if we go back to the packet capture, we can see the data is now unencrypted, and we can, right? I just went back to see what this was called because I didn't remember. And we can also click the edit again. Come on. Well, can't click anything. That's not a good sign. Dead machine. So let's check out the Prexmax server. So this is not dead. So obviously it's not totally dead, right? Let's try again. So clicking anything. Disconnecting. Don't toss me again.
Pierce Sturley says, "You've gone silent."
So I'll just toggle to my other mic for a bit. But why is this one not?
But TTS still works.
Yeah. Oh. So it's my mom that called, but she called without image, and she doesn't want that. So, I'll look at the mic in 2 seconds. So, what on earth is up with this? Why can't I see the audio? There. So, this is so annoying. So, what? I'm not supposed to be recording. Why is it recording? So I'm sorry, I'm annoyed. I reinstalled the computer because I had USB problems. And that's not the full reason, but just part of it. So I currently hate Windows and USB together. It's very annoying. So testing. So it's very looking very odd. So we had problems with these things at the same time too. This is dead. So I guess we just shut this down. So I'm sorry. I'm upset about my mom. She said a few more than a month ago, like, oh, this person is probably dead because I didn't answer her messages, and then she spoke to them, and then she's believed this person is dead. It's an old person, so it's not very odd, but. And then I gave her his phone number and several times around with us. Hmm. And now she said she has not dared to tell me this, as if we have not talked about it a million times already. So I'm so worried about her memory. It's really, really not good anymore. She's not that old. But it's been hard since my dad died from cancer. And then this has problems. At the same time as the mic dies. So I've disabled quite a lot of stuff. The speakers are disabled, but the mic for this is supposed to be okay. These are all the area ones. So why did it disappear from this one? Yeah, I guess I want this to be the default really, but well, at least the whole Proxmox server didn't die, but it doesn't help much. If you're doing something with the machine, you don't want it to suddenly die. I've never had my VM, local VM on this machine die. Ever. Ever. So, let's stop this. Stop the voice recognition in the TTS. Yeah. And why was my computer recording? Why was it recording the stream? It's not supposed to. I have not had it recording the stream since a year ago? More? I have to check the code. I need to be in this window. So we set scenes, source visibility, mute, unmute. We do countdown. We set scenes. There's nothing about recording here. And the OBS itself is, I guess it updated some time back. So the remote one doesn't record either. Yeah, I'm quite annoyed. It's lots of things. Mostly, I'm seriously annoyed at my mom, which I shouldn't be, because if she really believes that it's my dad's friend that he died, then she has problems. Not he might, just that she goes back and forth, and she said that she hasn't dared to tell me, but we talked about it lots, you know. So something is very off. Sorry. And I thought I'd actually get stuff done today. So I was there just 2 days ago, so it wasn't that long ago. Let's see here. What? Why would it do anything? So I don't want Windows to do anything. Yeah, so here we can see that we have input audio here, right? But this one should also be going up and down. And I can restart it. I can see that it's not that the cable USB is unplugged because it has lights on. And I have not even installed that program for it because it doesn't do anything. It's running all the time and it's only one setting and I already set it. So so annoyed at this. Is Bluetooth the only thing working in my computer? I'm just gonna send a quick message. So I'm gonna go actually call that person. So I'm sorry for the messy stream. I feel I have to know if it's, you know, what's really true there. She said she had gotten some message too, and I'm sorry, but I can't trust. As she went back and forth, I don't know what's true, and I want to be able to help her, and it's not helping to tell her that he's not dead if he's dead. So I need to know. The mic again. It's not the best timing for it to break. you're on that screen because our VM is not up, or it's might be up now. Let's see. At least we can have that up. So maybe I should just run AWS machine. That wouldn't be as easy to copy and paste, I assume. Drag files there. Let's see. So I did Google while I was talking to her. I'm gonna open the close tabs here. So I'm gonna mute myself and call. Oh, all mics mute now. So I tried calling, and it was a answering machine. It sounded very good on the voice. So I hope it's okay, but I don't know anything. So just keeping my siblings updated too. What? Okay, just checking. So what should we do? I feel really off now. So 3 bad things at once. The VM crashes, the mic stops working, and the call at the same time. So, well, the call did not affect the other 2, but could they have affected each other? I think, could it be something with my computer, with my network? I'm just closing his connection information again here. So we didn't look at these. Let's just continue. So we will send these. Right. Yeah, I've been here before. We don't need to read these. Let's just close those. I'm actually going to take a break quickly. And I'm going to show the game that I started again yesterday. So actually I started it slightly on stream because I had an IRL stream and I forgot to turn it off yesterday. So yeah, so no one is watching anymore. I understand. No problems. Yeah. Not very fun to look at someone who's going all depressed. Yeah, so let's open the game. So it said I have not been in there for 967 days. So come on, I just want to close this now. Oh, there. So let's close that. And Virtue is installed and fixed. And these are supposed to be on for stream. And the VMs works again. So let's hop to this. I guess it's just starting slowly. I was planning to have this in the background. Actually, and I didn't. And I don't remember this game at all, really. My nose is also can't breathe through it. uh, yes, I restarted my computer before stream, and that's when that time is from. So, yeah, this is the bad part about this game. It keeps asking if you want to buy stuff. So there's like a tier 3 here at 800. So we need to beat this boss. I might not. I might just complete it. Yeah, let's do that. As when you restart it, you are more powerful. And this one was limited, and I think it might be that they're all the same. I don't know how these events work. They're new. I haven't played the game while they were actually on. And this game is a bit odd that you can't like actually maximize it or anything. You can move it. You can't change the size of the window. I can't get why they haven't done this for all this time. Why not full screen game, right? Oh well. So this is what I clicked. This is the new event thing that I didn't really do. And I don't remember even if we were on the Grim or on the Beetle one. So this one, complete area 174, complete area 50. Oh, this is another one. No restrictions. So why these tier goals and what do they mean? Ah, so let's look at what the other guys are doing. This one is doing the Grim one in the background. So it's 3 games at the same time here. We could go do this one. I don't remember how the dudes work that you fight with and what they have, which are good and bad or anything. I haven't been playing for almost 3 years. And I didn't dig deep before either. That's not my thing. So why do we only have one here? But I completed this one, right? Or we just do this one first? I'm quite sure I did that one. So let's start this one. So this one has no levels. This one has 75 and 1200 there. 1400 and 1600. I don't know how this works. I must read something. Well, that's boring, but... So what's up with this? So we need to have him in there, I guess. So I learned that I click F for this. I didn't remember. I don't know what to choose. Oh no, we don't want. Okay, let's probably not do him. Ah, this is so annoying. Anyone. So why is it okay, she's in another party. I don't remember a thing about this. It's not even very fun. I think this one is like new. I never used it like. Oh well, this is boring. I'm sorry. So yeah, this one is new. That's why it doesn't have any. They split 2 champions into. So I'm just taking a break. We'll continue. So No idea what I usually do here. I don't know. Right, we don't have to do all either. We can just do some. That one I remember was good. So I'm like clicking the one that had the most highest number. So that was the type of enemies we have. Yeah, you can also set like speed stuff. But this time I'm thinking we'll just do the short things to 75 and see what happens. What's this? Party powered up. So she's powered up. And this thingy. Do we have that thingy? So it's mostly that they want to sell stuff for those things. Yeah, sorry that. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what kind of monster these are, but they're too quick. We can't see what that is. We can wait until we get somewhere where it's actually a bit tougher too. So let's see here. So this new dude, who's he? Ten more enemies attacking to get overwhelmed. Those things means they're kinda tanky, at least. Who's this? Never saw it before. But obviously I must have. Right, they changed the images. Yeah, that's why. Probably remember the old image. So I've heard that this one is good, you will get gems from this. Not that I know how to select anything to do that. I guess it's the sparkly thingies then. We just have two left. Hmm. So let's hop to the middle party. I'm falling asleep now too. Yeah, I'm sorry for the messy stream. Everything broke. So I want to restart my computer. But I don't want to do what I did last stream, where I did that several times. Just to test install something, since it's just newly reinstalled computer, you know. So and those icons pop up. Can't they just stay off when you turn them off? And you can't get rid of this. Hmm. Hmm. So this is why Shandy was the strongest. So none of these are, except I recognize him. I recognize him because I read books about. No, that's not him. That's another one. Hmm. Maybe he was in there too. So I'm gonna go continue on the room in a bit. Just taking a break. A chocolate break. Hmm. Hmm. My tea is cold, but hopefully it helps my throat still. So I'm thinking if I should switch. As he was extra strong. Oh my. So these are saved from years ago. It would be fun if you could see the date of them. So I have not a lot of potions also. They're like out. Well, 500. Yeah, let's open chests. Hmm. So I'm not going for anything special. So what was the goal of this map? Hmm. Well, it's so my mic doesn't work. It's my backup, and that's the worst thing. So if the Proxmox server doesn't work, I mean, I found it for free in the trash. Okay, it doesn't work, you know. Or if it's had odd bugs. But my new mic and my main computer. Hmm. idea what it was doing. Like this, maybe? Another party, so I can't play it. Tier goals for this adventure are... So 1,600, you couldn't get there when I played last. I don't think so. Well, maybe you could. Oh, let's do this one then. They just switched places. Oh my. And we have to have this dude. What? The effect of the shadows increased by each piece of epic. So they all have like purple stuff. I don't know. So why are the little clicky things not there? Ja, gubben, jag kommer. Nej, vänta en sekund. Jag ska bara lägga min... Nej, jag var tvungen. Ja, jag försökte väcka dem. inget just nu, fattar du? Ja, vi har mycket bröd just nu. Jag kommer äta upp den ena sorten snart. So we have a lot of bread on the bench. My kid wants two. So, idle game. I thought I'd have it in the background, but now I need a break. Yeah. So maybe I should just stop streaming, or we'll go back to doing stuff. Maybe I should reboot the computer. Stop stream, reboot the computer, see if it works better. And this is not the thing that made it work, or not work at least. So we got a little tiny note. The VM is back on. Sorry, I need to check if the pulse. Yeah, it says just grabbing some tea there. Okay. So let's fix stuff. So we have to get the VM back, meaning we had it started with this. Yeah. So since I added that little thing, maybe I shouldn't have it there. So I could see how many people. So it was 8 in here, and then my problem started, and now it was 1. Kinda. We're gonna just finish and let's finish this one, and then I restart. And these are not finished, even if they look finished. So analyzing and conclusion we need to do too. I'm just remembering everything here. So we can now see the HTTP requests in unencrypted data streams. We have to make sure we do that again, right? So packet 29. It is garbled. So practice. That's good. So we have to do this again. So I knew almost where it was. I was just looking for the wrong protocol. So I was looking for HTTPS and it's TLS. So T, can I type L? No. So TLS, and then we do edit. And this one is already here. Apply. And last time, yeah. So we got it here. It wasn't already there, was it? And I was just blind? Probably. Anyway, looking at the packet deals, we can see some very important information such as the request URI and the user agent, which can be very useful in practical applications of Wireshark such as threat hunting and network administration. We can now use other features in order to organize the data stream, like using the export, HTTP, I'm checking that the mic works, the backup, Bluetooth, like using the export HTTP object feature. To access this feature, navigate to File Export Objects HTTP. So, again, this time we see more files. So, where are the questions? Looking at the data stream, what is a full URI for packet 31, and then 50, and user agent 50. So we're supposed to read nothing from the images and stuff. So 31. Full URI.
Fixerbot says.
Welcome in.
New
Thank you
follower
for the
Dr.
follow.
Wolf 03. Less than 3.
So full localhost. Icons Apache PV. We can copy this. So it looks like this. So we know it's localhost, and then we have icons. So what? Oh, this is a bit funny. Okay, I give up. We have to use Notepad, we can't do that. It adds stuff in the middle. So, I think this is the start. So, looking at the data stream, full request URI for packet 50. Come on. So, packet 50. Here we have packet 50. So there's this path that was recently retired that we're doing. So, and also I think the rooms that were in there, they're old, but it's good, both basics like Wireshark, practicing finding stuff in PCAPs, that's always good. And I made some notes now on decrypting with a key. That I had done that before, but I didn't remember how to do it. And there are also rooms on like blue team tools that I have not used. And that's very good to know. Looking at the data stream, what is a full request URI? So looking at the data stream. So they say that, right? Do they mean something special with this? We could always do this, looking at the stream. But we don't get very full stuff here, and it's hard to see what packet this stuff is from. So 19, then we have 21. So we're going for 50. So here's 50. So Icon's back GIF. Localhost test 2. This doesn't fit. So let's copy this and delete the last bit. This is odd. Back.gif. There's supposed to be a test 2 in there too. No, let's refer. Yeah, we can't really see the full thing here. What's the user agent in the 50? So I don't think this is easy to read. I think this is much easier to read. So let's just copy this. And we're going to paste it here to make sure that we have the right stuff. Yeah, so the paste removes the backslash r backslash n there. So there. And now we'll say we're finished, but we're not. We need to do these two. So back. What? Okay, forward. Oh, there. There it is. So we need to do this one. There's no questions. I used these before when I was trying to keep a streak. So when I was doing this room, I had started it, and then I was like, I can't do. I was sick, something. So I usually don't stream on weekends, so then I might do other stuff, not TryHackMe. So, let's see the PCAP. Close all down. So we have quite a few files here now. I'll just delete these later. It's just because I drag them over. There we go, GUI. So zero login PCAP overview, and it looks very similar, but the colors on our screen here. There. We have gathered PCAP files from a recent Windows Active Directory exploit called zero logging, or CVE 2020. It's recent, 1472. The scenario within the PCAP file contains a Windows domain controller with a private IP of 192.168.106 and an attacker IP with, well, yeah. Let's walk through the steps of analyzing the PCAP and coming to a hypothesis of events that happened. So identifying the attacker. Immediately and open the PK file. We see something that may be out of the ordinary first. We see some normal traffic from OpenVPN, ARP, etc. We start to identify what would be known as unknown protocols. In this case, DSRPC and EPM, known as unknown. Looking at the packets, we see that 128 is sending all of the requests, so we assume that the device is the attacker. We continue looking at packets coming from this IP to narrow down our hunt. So that didn't tell me anything. I mean, the sentences. So let's look at it instead. So we're like 1 second-ish between. So OpenVPN. We could do this instead. Simple Service Discovery Protocol. SSDP Discover. URN. Dial multiscreen org. Service dial 1. They look identical. Except for the number. Internet protocols used for advertisement and discovery of network services. Plug and play. No DNS or DHCP. Used intended for a residential small office. Text base. UDP. Yeah. Yeah. 1900 support. ARPS too. So this one is not 128, and they say that 128 is sending all of the things. So 128 and 6 obviously are the ones like all over the place. Kolak. Oh. I'm tired. Yeah, let's finish it. Let's do this. And then I'll reboot. We can filter for the SRC of the IP that we believe to be suspicious. Well, it's not like a lot of other traffic, so we don't need to. When analyzing PCAPs, we need to be aware of IOCs, indicator of compromise. Particular exploits may have with them. This is known as threat intelligence, which is out of the scope of this room. That's always what they say when something sounds interesting, right? I recommend that after completing this room, if you're interested more, then do your own research on the topic. In this case, if we had background knowledge of the zero login exploit, we would know that it is what uses multiple RPC connections and DCERPC requests to change the machine account password, which would be verified with the PCAP. Sequence dump SMB analysis. Looking further at the PCAP, we can see the SMB23 traffic and the RSU API traffic. Again, with prior knowledge of the attack, we know that this uses secret stump to dump hashes. Secret stump uses SMB23 and the RSU API to do this. So we can assume that this traffic is secret stump. Okay. So if we see these two together, we're supposed to think secret stump. So this is RPC netlogon. Widen the field a bit there. That's a bad screenshot. We can only see half the protocol. Each exploit and attack will come with its unique artifacts. In this case, it's clear what happened and the order of events that occurred. Once we have identified the attacker, we need to move on to other steps to identify and isolate, as well as report the incident. Yeah, so let's take a quick look at this and see exactly what attack this is. No, I don't think a lot of people will do that. Especially not as this was 5 years old now. So let's check the conclusion too. Want to learn more? Wireshark documentation. So I've already been in the Wireshark docs. Oh, they got his movies now. I think I started looking at one of them and was like, I'll give it another shot. So this is not from here. This is not TryHackMe. Oh, this seems good. So I'm not gonna read this now. That was an old format. It's 240%. I mean, seriously, who makes this tiny text on the middle of a page? So 250, some stuff drop over the edge, I think. Let's see. Yeah, I think it keeps quite in the right place. Something like this. Sample captures, right. I have these in my notes already. Yeah, I'll keep this one open. This is what we were supposed to be doing today. So, so I just want to see if I'm visible today. I am. Okay, good. So, we need to finish the Yara one. We did miter, Nessus, and right. We're supposed to click here actually. So if we go to the dashboard again now. Yeah, I thought so. So it hopped here. Now they're in the right order, not the order we looked at them before. So Nessus, miter, and Yara, and then we have the zero login thing again. So Yara, we're supposed to look at Yara. So Nessus is installed on my machine now. So I should test more stuff for that. Which machine did we install it on though? Because we had problem with one of them. You know, the Traxmax VM, so I might have installed it on the other one, which is kind of full. Let's actually just delete these files. So will they be deleted into? Yeah, I want to delete these. They're not put into trash or anything good. So in Windows I always shift delete stuff. I don't get why they have the trash thing, you know, if you didn't want to delete anything, don't delete it. So Nessus, miter, Yara. So, and we started. So I'm kind of thinking it's quite dinner time, and one of my kids is sleeping. So I need to go check on him and see. Maybe I'll grab another sandwich or something. And I'm thinking I will just start TTSing the whole room. And maybe I will hear something, and maybe I will just read afterwards. Anyway, so if I use this button to TTS, it will probably read the whole thing. So while I'm away, we will listen to the room, and then we will see how much I will read of the things that we already did.
Yara. This room will expect you to understand basic Linux familiarity, such as installing software and commands for general navigation of the system. More so, this room isn't designed to test your knowledge or for point scoring. It is here to encourage you to follow along and experiment with what you have learned here. As always, I hope you take a few things away from this room, namely, the wonder that Yara, yet another ridiculous acronym, is and its importance in InfoSec today. Yara was developed by Victor M. Alvarez, at PlusVic, and at VirusTotal. Check the GitHub repo here. Answer the questions
Se
below.
vilken vecka jag ska
Let's get
ladda.
started. Task 2. What is Yara? Task 3. Deploy. Task 4. Introduction to Yara rules.
Det var okej.
Task 5. Expanding on Yara rules. Task 6. Yara modules. Task 7. Other tools and Yara. Task 8. Using Loki and its Yara rule set. Task 9. Creating Yara rules with Yargen. Task 10. Valhalla. Task 11. Conclusion. Created by TryHackMe. Fnatic. Protovold. Room type. Only subscribers can deploy virtual machines in this room. Go to your profile page to subscribe, if you have not already. Users in room. 83,929. Created. 1,593 days ago.
Yes, vi får fixa en ny plats. Ska jag ge dig någonting, Ben? Nu har jag det. Yes. Och sen gick pappa och jag till jobbet på morgonen. Nej, det var 14. Nej, men då hade jag ju redan varit här inne. Ska jag komma hem från jobbet? Ja. Okej. Ja, det var något konstigt första gången. Och sen bara blippelipp. Det kanske inte var låst. Mm. Mormor har det. Skulle man kunna ha. Men det måste inte vara låst där inne. Särskilt inte på dagen. De flesta har inte låst på dörren på dagen. Kanske gubben. Vi får titta på det. Jag menar, vad skulle kunna hända bara för man har dörren öppen? Och upplåst. Yes. Ja, kanske det. Kanske man kan. Pappa har koll på det här programmet. Vi kan prata om det. Mm. Jag håller med om att det är bra att låsa dörren på natten. För det kan vara någon som är inbrottstjuv som försöker bara gå in och sno saker i hallen eller något sånt. Och titta på folk och glömt att låsa sin dörr. Eller inte låsa sin dörr. Så det kan vara svårt att göra. Mm. Bara, jag sitter och skriver här också. Så att de väntar på mig. Så det är det. Men berätta du. Var du klar berättad eller vill du berätta mer? De här är i jätteordning. Söndag, lördag, fredag, tisdag, onsdag, torsdag, måndag. Måndag, tisdag, onsdag, torsdag, fredag, lördag, söndag. Och så sätter vi måndag bort. För när jag tog bort måndag så blev det söndag. Men det går att ändra om det som helst. Jag tycker bara det är lätt att ta bort den översta och sätta underst. Ska jag hjälpa dig med någonting, Ben? Ja, det var så konstiga tider. Ja. Mm. Ja, precis. Kommer du ihåg att du hade på din lista att inte titta på YouTube när det sover dags? Den du visade mig förut. Så att du hade tänkt ut smarta saker. Du hade det på din lista att inte titta på YouTube när du ska sova. Ja. Du sa det för att du fastnar i YouTube när du ska sova då. Det var 1 eller 2 ringrullar som tänkte på det. Man kan göra annat när man ska somna just. Man kan rita något. Man kan göra någonting annat. Ha? Okej. Och snart behöver vi prata lite om age. Labban, jag tänkte jag skulle gå ner och hämta en macka eller så till mig. Vill du ha någonting också? Ska jag fixa pannkakor till dig? Eller vill du äta yoghurt först? Eller har du gjort det? Okej. Okej. Ja, jag förstår. Men då ska jag låta dig vara det. Hejdå. Om du vill prata med mig så är jag här. Alltså jag är också jättetrött. Jag har sovit alldeles för lite i natt. Jag var uppe och så var jag tvungen att gå upp på morgonen och jobba.
För dig.
Kids first. Oh. Almost out of my bread. Get some butter. So. I'll grab it also. So there's a lot of connection here. Sorry, I planned to turn the mic off. I forgot it's not working again. But I'm using the backup mic. So it's quite annoying that this one is just muted. No, it's not. So let's go back to audio settings. Oh, well, let's apply that and then go back to the explicitly the one I want. Why are these blinking like this? YouTube bugginess. So we also have the mute of one channel, which is the mono. Volume boost. Oh well, let's just continue. So I am very tired, but I'm thinking Yara is not the most brainy thing, and also I know that audio from me eating is noisy when I have this microphone, so I might mute and TTS because my throat is sore now. So I don't think I'm sick anymore. My throat is still not caught up, really. And this allergy season. So that's why I'll mute me and gnaw on the bread because it's starting to get. So the big ones are still soft, but the edge is real hard. So I'm gonna TTS the ones that we already read, that I already read once, at least. And we'll see. So I will just see if this one works now. No, it doesn't. Good. Let's at least. It works a little better if it's not muting.
Introduction. This room will expect you to understand basic Linux familiarity, such as installing software and commands for general navigation of the system. More so, this room isn't designed to test your knowledge or for point scoring. It is here to encourage you to follow along and experiment with what you have learned here. As always, I hope you take a few things away from this room, namely, the wonder that Yara, yet another ridiculous acronym, is and its importance in InfoSec today. Yara was developed by Victor M. Alvarez, at PlusVic, and at VirusTotal. Check the GitHub repo here. All about Yara. The pattern matching Swiss knife for malware researchers, and everyone else, VirusTotal, 2020. With such a fitting quote, Yara can identify information based on both binary and textual patterns, such as hexadecimal and strings contained within a file. Rules are used to label these patterns. For example, Yara rules are frequently written to determine if a file is malicious or not, based upon the features, or patterns, it presents. Strings are a fundamental component of programming languages. Applications use strings to store data such as text. For example, the code snippet below prints hello world in Python. The text hello world would be stored as a string. We could write a Yara rule to search for hello world in every program on our operating system if we would like. Why does malware use strings? Malware, just like our hello world application, uses strings to store textual data. Here are a few examples of the data that various malware types store within strings.
Hmm. So, we could write a jar rule to search for the world. Ransomware address. It's a link. Yeah, right. The bullet. So,
Caveat, malware analysis. Explaining the functionality of malware is vastly out of scope for this room due to the sheer size of the topic. I have covered strings in much more detail in Task 12, Strings of My Mal, Introductory Room. In fact, I am creating a whole learning path for it. If you'd like to get a taster whilst learning the fundamentals, I'd recommend my room.
so we'll have to do those. I think they're actually in the path, which is part of why I think it's, yeah, it's a bit sad that this is not there anymore. It's not actually active. It's retired, this path that we're doing.
This room deploys an instance with the tools being showcased already installed for you. Press the Start Machine button and wait for an IP address to be displayed and connect in one of two ways. In browser, no VPN required. Deploy your own instance by pressing the green Start Machine button and scroll up to the top of the room and await the timer. The machine will start in a split screen view. In case the VM is not visible, use the blue Show Split View button at the top right of the page.
So I can't say the only reason I think this is acceptable at all, I mean, it's for the free stuff, right? But this is a subscriber only room. Why even have this annoying thing? Well, the player own instance. So there was nothing useful there. Schematic T-Shim Yara. Yeah, I thought so. So let's open the VPN. And we can SSH. So let's minus this. Oh shit, I almost, sorry, that's like the first time I said that on stream. I almost, this glass almost fell over. Also on the USB stick, that would have been good. So let's put the liquids on that side. I have water, I have tea, and I have nyponsoppa. Rose lip soap. And it sounds like this is soap when I say soap. Yeah, it does. You know. So I don't know why I have the SH file. It's not that hard to type open VPN underneath. But that's short term. And I should have skipped the SH too, right? Just make it executable. And add some more stuff in there. So I actually bought this yesterday, but it's starting to go so hard, so. Dip. That's the trick. So you have to finish it quickly, the spread, or it'll go bad. So now we can SSH here nicely. Oopsie. So SSHCM Fnatic at, and I'm gonna copy the IP thing. Oh, what happened? For some reason, it just scrolled. I copied. So. Yara rules. So now we have this, but on an actual machine. So. Sorry for being slow. On the bottom of the glass, I poured honey, and I didn't really stir, and it's still honey on the bottom. So I happened to dip the bread in the honey. So it was like I had honey on the bread. So the middle is very soft, but the edges are so hard. So, your first Yara rule. The proprietary language that Yara uses for rules is fairly trivial to pick up, but hard to master. This is because your rule is only as effective as your understanding of the patterns you want to search for. Using a Yara rule is simple. Every Yara command requires 2 arguments to be valid. Interesting. Sorry, this is dinner. I thought I just ate it. I kinda did, but so just testing that it's still not crashed. Just frozen. The VM. Mm. By the way, well, let's check that out. So this still works, right? I'm still there. Are these guys still streaming? Yeah. So it's always nice to have other streamers up. Um, and also, so I've already been in their course, the SAC core skills, like 3 times or something, 2 times. So it's always nice to. They will get money from me. Just be. Oh my. Mm. So what I know about Yara rules I learned from anti-sci-fi. Um, let's see. Let's get rid of this. Hmm. Oh my. So this is anti-sci-fi's chat. It's quite fun. They and also you can't see if I don't have mouse over, but all these are like animated. I don't like when they animate, so I turn it off. Um, so recommend in a lot of ways. They're nice people. So I'm actually going to do all their labs, and that includes Yara. So now it's honey mixed in the tea really intensely. Like I feel I should brush my teeth at once. Mm-mm. So by the way, oops. So don't forget to join the Discord channel. This is just announcements. There are like lots of channels there with different things. So dragging the right line there. Actually, it dragged me. So let's continue and actually do some useful notes for this one. So Wireshark, I already had notes except for one little thing there. But Yara, I don't think I have. I do have probably some notes. Yeah, I won't say I don't because then I'll lie because it'll be discovered that I do have notes on it, right? Yara. So it's not a lot though. This is probably, yeah, this is from this room start. So what is this then? Oh, this is old. No, it's not. This is the list of the rooms that are in the path. I was like, what is this? And then I saw something that put me. It was Yara. Hmm. So this is it's El Hasred asking what apps should we do like something on. checksum. And I copied the answers. Let's see, because I want to learn fun tools. So that was long ago. So I want to find it. Open. Open link view. Just reveal file in navigation. There it is. So it's in blue team. Here we have also Nessus and the installation we did of Nessus. We have event IDs here for Windows. Log analysis. Yeah, KQL. And then we have Yara. So something tells me I need to make more notes here on blue team stuff. So now I have that on the screen. I have TryHackMe on the screen, and I have the VM logged in with SSH on the screen. This is quite nice. Only wish I was sitting like in the middle, which I'm not. So that screen is far away. I can't reach it. Oh, there. So let's actually update Yara. We're gonna have to add Yara to the thing, to the name. Yeah, the tabs have moved here. Wireshark Yara. And I'm actually going to update YouTube because otherwise the name will be, that's what I talked about just now. One waiting. It's in several days. But let's click notify me. We want to see Neil's stuff. So we need to go into YouTube Studio to fix the title of the YouTube stream. So not that one, but live. Edit, and it says 80 hacking because that's what I thought I would do before I started and realized that the cyber defense was still my active path. So I'm going to finish it and not switch to the 81 I was going to because cyber defense is no more, right? So now this will be there, saved forever. So I can find stuff and people can find stuff. Let's just do it. Everything is set up. And I have to hop the notes to the top again there. So every Yara rule, command, not rule, command requires 2 arguments to be valid. Every rule must have, yeah, because it's rule. So the rule file and the directories. The commands consist of the rule and the file. Okay, yeah. So let's make this into my own format. A Yara command. Uh, a Yara rule file. A file or directory. or a process ID. So, and every rule must have a name and a condition. A Yara rule. I'm actually making it like, let's do bold. So now we can actually hop you to the screen. Yara command. A Yara, let's do the lowercase. Yara rule. Name. So now this is messy. If you wanted your rule on directories on right, we'd use a following command. Yeah, but give me more about the. We will make one, right? Rule condition true. So it's always true. Let's say your rule, the rule in the file. So every rule must have a name and a condition. Name and the condition. A name, a condition. Yeah, it was actually through as I thought from the start, but then it was like, so did they just mix everything together? So as an example, we would use the following command. So ex dot so I just pasted an example of that. And now we're going to make an example of a Yara rule here. So my first rule.yor, such as Nana. Now we had a bit of a funny battle of the text editor Saturday. Oh my. So it says YAML there. So that's better. So when I pasted, it actually already had a code block in the paste, and it says YAML. So now we know that Yara is YAML. And YAML. So rule condition. So let's make this. So some file. Is that the best file name? I'm just curious. Yeah. So there's also go. So we will use Go, cd Yara Python. So my light in front of me is a bit bright. I'm going to fix that. So it doesn't have to be so bright. When it's bright outside, it needs to be brighter, but not now. I want to see what it looks like too. Yeah, I think that's a little bit bright. Let's do a right and left too. Oh, it's 5%. Actually 10%. That's 1%. RGBs. And the back is just 13. So why was the front one at 55? It was blinding me. So there. So just all my messages. Just delete some apps that are running on the phone. There, like 10 of them. Let's continue. So let's go. Very much honey in that tea now. Intense. Sweet. So let's let's make some file or something. We will check out the directory. And then we have Yara directory too. Yeah, let's not check out the whole thing. Let's just be in the main directory. And that's nano my file test file with some text and 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. So I was thinking we could see if we can match something in here. Let's do that too. So we have some text in here, not just touch as they did. And let's my rule dot Yara. They have my first rule sounded a bit long, so I'm just gonna copy the rule again. So we have it here. Rule, example rule, condition true. Let's call it my rule. Kind of feels logical to have it in the same file, same name as a file name, right? But they don't do that. So Nano. Oh yeah, they just put it in there. The name. Oh gosh, it's still doing it. I've turned off phone link so many times. No, this is it. I've said this several times, but come on, stop the darn notification. And I didn't want it to start. So it worked on my other one. It's not even started. It doesn't say it started. So I'm sorry. This makes me mad. Microsoft. So allow the species to access your mobile. Off. Turn on phone link. Off. Off. So if it starts again now. Um, sorry for the pause. The name of the rule in this snippet is example rule. There we have one condition. In this case, the condition is condition. So, as previously discussed, every rule requires both a name and a condition to be valid. The rule is satisfied with two requirements. Simply, the rule we have made checks to see if the file directory that we specify exists via condition true. If the file does not exist, then we are given the output of example rule. Let's give this a try on the file sum file that we made in step 1. So let's do Yara, and I'm typing somewhere else. Yara. Let's just try that first. Yara. My rule dot yar. So this should give us nothing then. But if we do a file that doesn't exist, just you say it could not find the file, which is logical, but if that's the only test in there. Some file exists. Jira will say example rule. It said my rule, my file. Because the pattern has been met. Yeah, right. So let's change this. So let's nano this and let's my rule name, and then we run this again, and it is a file name, not the name inside the file. It is now my rule name, right? So so what if we do my rule name? Oh, look, I did the wrong thing. I was going to do my file name there. No. Yeah. Oh, could not open file, meaning that this works. to, because my rule file actually is called myrule.jar, but it doesn't have to be. It can be called anything. Yeah, of course. Okay. I think I got it. So, if the file does not exist, Yara will output an error such as that below. Could not open file. Congrats, you made your first rule. This is so little. I want more. More. Yara conditions continue. Checking whether or not a file exists isn't that helpful. So we need to add to the note this rule only checks if the file exists. So this does not work, does it? Yeah, it does. It's under the line that you have to use HTML for. So well, something on my eyelid, whatever. After all, we can configure that. We can figure that out for ourselves. Using much better tools for the job. Yara has a few conditions, which I encourage you to read here at your own leisure. However, I'll detail a few below and explain their purpose. So we have these. Dusk meta strength conditions. Wait. And yeah. Sleep is important. So we can make comments, C style. Strings equals my hex string condition this or this. I could read this instead, but let's continue with TryHackMe. Meta. This section of the Yara rule is reserved for descriptive information by the author of the rule. For example, you can use desk, short for description, to summarize what your rule checks for. Anything within this section does not influence the rule itself. Similar to commenting code, it's useful to summarize your rule. Strings. Remember our discussion about strings in task 2. Well, here we go. You can use strings to search for specific text or hexadecimal in files or programs. For example, say we wanted to search a directory for all files containing hello world. We will create a rule as below. So Find files with the string in them. We define the keyword strings here, where the string that we want to search, i.e. hello world, is stored within the variable. Of course, we need a condition. Yeah, that's what I thought here to make it valid. For example, we need to use a variable name. In this case, hello world. So we set a variable name here, and then the condition is this. So yeah, let's do this instead. I tabbed and it didn't work because I have them in different page screens. So let's paste this one. Checks if strings. It may be good to have an R in there too, or it would sting. Checks if. Looks like my kid's kind of joke. The text. Let's better do these. Hello world! Exclamation mark is in the file. And for X use and bad example, right? My string equals I think it's $1. So and this is what I happen to see here. Oh, they even used my hex string as a variable name. They think like me. Nice. This is just so any of them, my programmer brain resists the humanness of this. Essentially, if a file has a string, hello world will match. Not case sensitive. It's case sensitive. So what if we don't want just these cases, but that any of them is cool, and it needs to go into the notes. So I will match all strings. That's might be the first time I had a smiley in my notes. I'm not 100% sure, but it was worth a smiley. If they don't say that this is not exactly what you type, this is just a meaning, then I'm like, okay. We already used true in any of them condition. Much like a regular program, we can use operators such as So conditions, of course, is, and this is then sub header to conditions, and we have true, and yeah, like just like that. So several word with spaces in between condition. Oh. So I only say the rule matches if they're less or equal on 10 occurrences. Interesting. Number of matches. So, or should I skip doing these? Well, then let's undo this one too. So, we have the same set of like looks. Combining keywords, we can use and not or. Totally the wrong word. Keywords such as. I was going to write combined conditions, not this. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I like this. To combine the multiple conditions. Say if you wanted to check if a file has a string and is of a certain size. For example, so here we have another file size. So, file size. Let's skip that. Contains hello world and this bigger line 10 KB. The rule will only match if both conditions are true, which is obvious. It's and. So they forgot stuff here. They should have been a command and then the intentionally output blank output afterwards. And rule and file name. So output format, we've seen that. Remember that the text within the red box is the name of the rule. Red box. Oh. So do we need to have an image of this? That's even smaller. So green. So did they used to have some boxes on this? Information security researcher Fryer has recently created a handy cheat sheet. Oh, so that's this one. Okay. That breaks down and visualizes elements of Yara shown below. Above, the image credits go to him. So that's why they had this in here. Import. Yeah, so this is good because there's stuff that I have not seen here. We don't know yet. So I'll just go shuffle my kids. This is getting late. I'll be right back. It's almost 21. So, sorry, got some food for one of my kids and the other one. Yeah. So, oh, why do I have this up? Because it's about right. Let's put this in and read. So it's like at the top. So this is cut from something. It feels old. And I know that it's like, it was supposed to be connected to that article. Because it's the same person. Oh, so we can't see the full thing. But this is medium. I should just sign in. How did I sign in? Uh-huh. So, can I see the whole thing now? No, because I need to become a member. So maybe I shouldn't. I've been thinking of putting articles on Medium, but maybe I shouldn't because people can't see them. Or is there a special thing that you can only see some? There's some of them you can't see. So I don't want people not to see stuff if they don't pay. That's the worst kind of scenario. I should have also available ads, and then at the top, not at the bottom. Oh well. So we can just put this image in the notes, like at the bottom. It's also white. I don't like white. Get it out of the way. Away bright light. This is a much better source. I like this. So, is that the Medium article? Beginner guide to... And here's the docs. And here's the GitHub and the Yara page. So, in the notes. So, I'm thinking that I had a bit of a pause. I'm actually going to restart the computer. As this one is, just make sure that it's still on, yeah. This one is actually not on this machine, it's the Proxmic server. The device is working on it. You can't hear it? Good. So let's actually reboot and see if the mic works. That's the reason. So I'm going to close the connection to the Proxmox. And let's close all the things here. Actually, I'm going to stop streaming and I'm going to start streaming in 3 minutes, 5 minutes, in a little bit. And I'm not going to stress closing stuff down. So I'm gonna stop the stream first, and for YouTube it is a new connection. For Twitch it might be the same. It's definitely the same channel. So I'm gonna stop streaming, close OBS, restart the computer.